way down over the past few decades, and it most likely is due to farming practices. Yeah, I mean, you're depleting the nutrients out of the soil crazy. What do you think's going to happen?
Exactly. Just keep reusing it over and over.
You spray pesticides all like, yeah, I can't even imagine. It's so bad.
Yeah, that's where the chemical and radiation warfare come from, right? That's where I feel most of these diseases are from. It's like if we just forget about malnourishment, not getting enough, micronutrients and all that jazz, that it's mostly due to chemical warfare by chemicals in our environment. Inside, outside of our body, in the air, water, food, you name it. It's kind of hard to escape it, really. But to not be all caught up in that. I mean, like, control what you can control, what you can't control. I just forget about it, because if I can't control it, then it's a waste of energy worrying about it, or letting that get to me or bother me in some way. But I just do what I can, to get that upper edge, that kind of like preventative maintenance, because being sick sucks. I don't like being sick. Well, where it really starts is we have no energy. Well, I don't know if that's exactly like right where it starts, but it's around there. Like, I notice, like, if I get lazy and start eating a bunch of junk food, next thing I know, like, I don't feel good. Like, I don't have a lot of energy. It's just kind of like it's dragging along. I'm tired. That's basically the beginning stages. So what I like to do is bust out the blender.
I feel like there's frequencies could fix everything. Almost like, because you get more energy if you had the right frequency. We got to be running these tests in the lab, right? So somebody said they already did it, but I don't know if I ever checked the results.
Oh, definitely. I mean, I feel like everything is frequency. The food we eat, the water we drink, us, or our energy, the vibrational force. That's a frequency. It's like everything has a frequency. Like, you know what I mean? If it didn't, it would be dead, right? Well, wait. So does that mean that everything that has a frequency that vibrates is alive? Holy shit! I don't think I've ever thought of that before.
Well, I think even non-alive things have frequencies and shit, or react to frequencies or something.
Well, I guess it would be the question of what is alive. Like, what is the definition of that?
I don't know. Do you think water is alive?
If you were to ask me a few years ago, I would have said no. But now, I'm like,
How about, is water sentient? That's
Water
I like that one.
sentient?
I mean, water is life. Like, what life is there without water? Like, what is alive that has no water in it? It's completely devoid.
Put Daddy's sneaker down, please.
Huh?
These are way too big for you, kiddo.
Kind of like they say that we came from one
Jeremy,
drop of blood.
You're kiddo miking, Jeremy.
You're out showing.
Oh. All right.
We came from one drop of blood. And yet some people are like, hey, I'm going to stick this thing in there and, you know. God gave us a drop of pure blood.
So what is the topic at the moment? I kind of was away for a bit.
Yo, if you gave me unlimited money, I could pretty much fix everything. Like all the medical, all the food, everything, bro. They probably got it all written down somewhere. Like all the shit that works really good, and you know. I would check whatever list big. I don't know. There's so many things at play with all these big companies. I don't know what the topic was. But. You got son?
Yeah, money and a lot of hard work could solve all the problems. I agree.
Yeah.
I mean, and some serious like divine grace to not be taken out by these guys.
Yeah, because there's stuff they've suppressed. I mean, you know,
if you can be spiritually protected, then you'll make
to not be taken out, not to be taken out by the powers that be. Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
I wouldn't even give that a thought. It's just,
well, I mean, they definitely have taken people out in the past, and it's definitely a thing that they have the capability to do. So I think it's always worth considering. Like, it's part of the playing field. But I'm just saying, like, to make a huge amount of change, you know, if they knew that it was certain individuals doing it, then my thought would be that those individuals would have to have a very unique form of like spiritual protection to be able to make it through, to not have that happen to them. Because the amount that these guys want to control things, if they were actually losing control of it, then I kind of see it though, is that they actually get like orders from their higher demonic entities as to what to do. And then those demonic entities also ultimately are even connected to something beyond it. So if it's not meant to be, it just won't be. It's like the idea you could walk through like the worst part of town and just be fine, you know, if you in that way. There could even be bullets flying by your head and you're just not even getting hit by them.
I'm good in all hoods. I'll loiter anywhere I want to. Talk to him, Gio.
Well, I would just hold them accountable with the law of the land, and the last two cards they can play is either throw me in prison or to kill me. And if that's what it is, and that's what it is. I mean, I'd rather die doing what I believe is right for the betterment of mankind, as opposed to live in this fear of, oh no, they're going to put me into a smaller jail cell where I can see the jail bars. Oh no, anything but that, right? If I can't be free and do whatever I want, and if I get thrown in jail or killed, I mean, that would be my dream, because I died for what I believed in, and I would like to lead by example, right? Instead of just talking about it, be like, oh hey, you know, I'm doing away with the government. I don't need big daddy government to you know, to not slap my hand. Oh, you can't do this. Oh, you can't do that. You know, it's like I'm completely self-sufficient. I can do, you know, I can live on my own. I can build up my own communities all around the world. Like, everyone have their communities and just spread out, right? Because I feel like I'm almost done. I know I keep going. if we're all a candle that can light other candles, and if we all spread out and build communities and live off the fat of the land, then that would be an inferno that they can't just, snuff out. They can't just pinch the birthday candles and put them out, or throw some water on them. Right? It'll be this huge inferno, and the world can't ignore that anymore.
That's how you take the shit back, bro. You set up communities with homes and food. Yes, and you get all your shit set up. That's the only
Right.
way.
Right.
Come here. Where are you going with the chair?
Because I feel like any other way, it's like trying to cut an arm off or a finger or a leg. It's like, nah, man. Nah, bro. You gotta hit him where it counts. You gotta chop him off at the neck. Decapitate. Done. Over. Right?
Well, there was a thing
Straight
in
to
ancient
sword.
Rome. There was a thing in ancient Rome where if you controlled the food, you basically controlled everything. But you had total control if you controlled the food because they needed tons of grain. So if you controlled the grain, like you were running shit. You know what I mean? You had to have control of the food. So we need to. That's like a good start right there, at least. It's like a basic start.
Do any of you guys listen to Max Egan? Have you heard of him?
I've heard of him. I don't think I've ever listened to anything he's done.
Yeah, well, a really interesting point that he makes about things like this sort of stuff is that technically our phones are the new world order, because without our phones, they wouldn't be able to implement anything. They wouldn't be able to force you to check in anywhere. They wouldn't, we wouldn't be able to go into digital IDs. We wouldn't be able to do any of these things. They couldn't have digital currencies. So technically, in the end, it's going to be our phones and the internet that controls us.
Just like the TV does. So same thing, right?
Yeah, in a way, I guess the TV programs you, but the TV can't force you to, check in when you go to a store, but your phone can.
Yeah, phones are like TV 2.0.
Yeah,
Just happens to be interactive. Yeah.
Yeah, kind of like TV 10.0 probably, Because without the phone, I mean, if you're not carrying a phone, how can they force you to check in somewhere? How can they force you to scan your face if they didn't have this technology? It's the technology that is the new world order at the end of the day. Because without it, they have no control of any of those type of things.
Right. What was his name? I didn't catch that.
Max Egan. He's an Australian guy. He actually had to. He sort of got wind that it was probably a good time for him to take off and get out of Australia. And 2 weeks later, the cops knocked at his door. They were chasing. Went to his sister's place and stuff. And basically, he's just a guy that goes out there and talks his truth and gets a lot of information out. He really spoke out against what was going on in Palestine pretty hard. Him and another guy actually made their way into Palestine and stayed there for a month or so. There was a pretty interesting story that he tells on having to they had Hamas actually take them through tunnels. And he said they had to crawl for like 2 hours through this tiny tunnel that you actually could only have to crawl through. He was pretty intimidating. You get there, there's dudes just with guns going, go down the tunnel. And you're like, oh shit, all right. But everything was fine. But the stories that he had from the Palestinian people that he met were just horrific. Absolutely horrific stories.
Interesting. Can you spell his last name?
Igan. He's got some really good documentaries. One called Transformation, which is all about transhumanism. There's another one he's got called Fight the New World Order with something. But he's really big on the non-compliant stuff. Said if we just didn't comply with what was going on, then we wouldn't be in this mess.
You ever read the manifesto of the Unabomber?
No, I heard Eric Dubay talking about it one time. But no, I haven't read it.
He just goes into how technology will be, that'll be the last nail in the coffin, that we need to break away from the system completely. It's pretty much what he's getting at.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's right, really, isn't it?
Right.
You know, at the end of the day, he may have gone about it the wrong way in trying to alert people, but sometimes extreme things need other extreme things to wake people up. The only problem is that with, I guess, what he did, or what they say he did, they then just manipulate that, keep his word out, like sort of basically just make him sound crazy. And now anyone who believes like him and thinks those things is crazy like him. So then the average person goes, well, I don't want to be called crazy, so I'm not going to think that way.
Right.
They just turn it and twist it. And even though he may have had some really good points, him going about it the way that he went about it, probably you could almost say that it's like controlled opposition in a way, but not really. I don't think that he was, but just with the way that they then manipulated what he did in the average person's mind. They just completely change, going from like what he was saying was like, I guess, from what I saw and talked about, him saying that all these things were going to bring in all these controls, but then by him doing what he did, it then enabled the media to turn around and go, see, if you think this way, you're crazy.
Right. You know what would be really wild? Is if he was actually controlled opposition and those people didn't actually die. That is all just a setup. Like, no, there's no way. That's too far out there. But what if?
Yeah, it's kind of like the people that think that everything is fake. Like not everything's fake. I mean, like I think there were definitely certain shootings, etc., that were faked, but then I think they were faked so that way people would then start saying everything's fake, and they made it obvious that they were fake. So then that way you would have the truther community, in quotations, just start saying everything's fake, and then that makes them look crazy, because at the end of the day, why would anyone in their right mind think that those powers that be care about life and that they wouldn't kill people? Like, I mean, look what happened in any war that they start. They don't care about life. So why wouldn't they, destroy buildings and kill people and go, allow mass shootings and stuff to happen? It's not something that they care about. I mean, I guess we've all seen the thing from Madeleine Albright talking about the first Iraq War, haven't we? Have everyone seen that? Her quotations, where she was asked on 60 Minutes, 500,000 children have died as a result of our sanctions. Do you think it was worth it? And she didn't skip a beat. She just said, yeah, I think it was worth it. No, it's devastating that this happened, blah, blah, blah. But, like just straight up, yeah, I think it was worth it. Like, what kind of psychopath do you need to be to just know that 500,000 children died as a result of your sanctions that you put on a country and you don't have any remorse? That sort of tells you the level of the people that we're dealing with.
Pretty much.
Yeah, they don't care about us. Sooner
So
or later.
why should we care about them?
Yeah, well, yeah, very true. Just for us, the unfortunate thing is that they are the ones with the power, and
well, do they though?
Everyone. Well, I mean, they've convinced everyone that they have the power. They have the money, and with the money comes, I guess, the control of governments. And with control of the governments comes control of the voting system, and then that then gives everyone the thought that they think that they have power by voting, when they really don't, because people are selected, not elected.
Did we, the people, create the government, or did they?
Well, I think the whole point of creating government in the first place was to protect property rights and so forth, wasn't it? Because it was just a matter of back in the day, you could have a place and a bunch of bandits could just come and kill you and go get or just take over your property. So governments and so forth were originally created to protect property rights, and then it all just went from there. So I think we probably created it in the first place as a form of protection, but then obviously, like everything, they just get co-opted, don't they? And any powers that be who wanted to control things would have just sat back and thought, okay, well, this is a fantastic way. I mean, we all know that government means mind control, so.
Right, because I'm thinking about the scenario of the powers that be creating the government in the first place from the very beginning. Like I just don't see how the common people would just allow that to happen. Right? They just swoop in and be like, "Hey, we're in control of you. Here's a money supply that we've created, and we'll pave the roads and provide you with food, water, shelter, and everything from the industrial revolution, quote unquote revolution." Right? We'll give you all your basic essential needs, but all you gotta do is be the Walmart greeter, and have two legs to stand on with a heartbeat and two brain cells rubbed together, and you can feed your family, right?
Yeah, well, I think it just comes down to the general natural human nature of laziness, I mean, there's a reason that we invented remote controls and things like that, because we want to be lazy at the end of the day. Well, I
Right.
guess we don't all want to be lazy, but it's a very human trait to just find the easiest way to do something.
Right.
And at the end of the day, if you can give away that power to someone else to control all those things, and if they fix the roads and they organise all that sort of stuff, and then you can just go about doing other little daily things and looking after your family or whatever. And then eventually it became obviously it would have probably been started with emperors and kings and queens, basically, really, wouldn't it? They would have already had the control for whatever reason. I mean, who knows how? I don't know how all that started. I don't know if anyone has the history behind kings and queens. But I guess they were the original governments in a way, weren't they?
Yeah, I can see that.
Kings, queens, emperors, and then I guess you get was it Constantine that changed the Bible to, make it seem like anyone in power was put there by God. So how can you question the person in power when God himself or herself or itself put them in power?
Put them in quote unquote power.
Yeah, exactly.
Because like at the end of the day, like are we the ones that possess all the power?
And we do, yeah, we do. But I was talking the other day with someone on here. I was just like, the problem is that they've just convinced. I think the biggest psyop is the convincing of people that they don't have power. I think that's been the ultimate psyop, is just to convince you that you are just poor little old you. What can you do? You're just one person. You can't do anything.
Right.
And that's the real psyop. Because at the end of the day, I used an example of the one time that the Australian people stood up and said no about something. They tried to implement rainwater tax here. So if you had a rainwater tank, they were going to tax you for having a rainwater tank. And it's kind of like everyone said, well, no, that's not going to happen. And then they just went, oh, okay. And they just didn't do it because everyone kind of stood up and said, well, I'm not going to pay that. I'm not going to pay you for water that falls on my roof.
Right.
And goes into my rainwater tank. I'm not paying for that. Go screw yourself. And then they just stepped back and went, okay, we're not going to do it. And it was just a classic example of, if people actually stand up and say no, there's nothing they can do. I mean, at the end of the day, it would be like, 50 people trying to battle 1 million people in a war with knives. Like, it's just impossible. It's never going to happen. You could Such a small number of people could never defeat a large number of people in that way. If the people just stood up and said, no, we're not going to put up with it, then it would be done in a day.
Right.
It's
I
just,
don't think it's illegal to harvest rainwater anywhere in America. I think there's restrictions depending on what state.
It is in
Depending on
PA.
the state.
My friend got a ticket. She wasn't even trying to collect rainwater. She just bought a garbage can from Home Depot and the lid was off of it, and she she got a ticket. I'm like,
What?
I'm not even trying to freaking collect rainwater. Like, what the hell? It was like
No
$60 or
freaking
something.
way, dude.
Yeah,
$60?
PA sucks. Yeah, and I just thought that was funny. She's like, I just forgot to like put the lid on it. I just bought it and I just set it outside and it rained and like, I'm like, what the hell, dude?
Yeah, but then that comes down to the very next problem, isn't it? Is that it's the order followers that are the problem. Like that cop could have just said to that person, "Hey, all right, it was an accident, no problem.
Yeah,
On your
she
way."
should have fought it for sure.
And yeah, she should have fought it. But what about the cop? The cop, what kind of human being sits there and goes, "Hey, a few drops of rainwater went in your container there. Here's a $60 fine." What kind of human being is that? That's not someone. That's a very programmed person.
Yeah,
Very
she wasn't even
brainwashed.
like in the city either. She was like in the country, like not a lot of people around. Like it was like clearly like some bored cop that needed to make a quota, like a certain amount of tickets and or something. I don't know, but yeah, really strange.
Yeah, well, it seems like that's what policing has come to, and at the end of the day, it's the order followers that are the ones that are the problem. And they don't realise that their days are numbered as well. Because, I mean, why do you think that they're trying to create robots, etc.? They're trying to get these things so that way they don't need the police anymore. They don't need them. We'll basically just be policed by robots. We'll be in what's the movie? Elysium. Is it Elysium with Matt Damon? Where it's basically just robots that are the cops. We'll be living in that. And then all the people who are in those powers of police at the moment, I mean, whether that's 20 years, 50 years, or 100 years, it doesn't matter. It's going to happen to them. And then they're going to be the ones that have brought in all the powers and enforced everything for these people. And then their children and grandchildren are going to be the ones that suffer for it. That's if we allow it to happen. But they're the ones that are going to be the people enforcing it. So, unfortunately, the joke will be on them in the end.
I do feel a great awakening in the near future. I don't know who said it. I haven't really looked into it, but supposedly 11% of the population does not believe that the Earth is a sphere and spinning. I don't know how true that is, but
Wait, what percentage?
11%.
Well, and we know they lie about the numbers too. Like, I wouldn't
True.
be surprised if it was a lot. I mean, especially because I hear flat Earth has taken off in other countries more so than here, but like it's not even that it's taken off. I think that it's just always been a belief in some other countries. So it's not like, you know what I mean? Like, like they're like, "Oh, do you think we live on a ball?" Like, what, you think we live on a ball? Like, I just think, depending on, if it's just our country. Like, I mean, they said that how many people got the sea thing? The sea juice was what, like, I forget the percentage, 60% or something. I think it
was a huge percent. I remember 70. I was like, no,
70.
no,
So I
no
think
way.
maybe 30% took it. I don't think it's
Yeah.
that high of a number. That's just my own personal, like, just because I know that they like to invert everything. So if they say it's one number, it's going to be the opposite of what they claim. You know what I mean? In my opinion. So like, I mean, in this case, I don't think that 90% of people think the Earth is flat, obviously, but I do think it's
No,
probably
the
higher
other
than
way
10%.
around. No, I mean 10% think the Earth is flat.
Yeah.
Or yeah.
I mean, in this case, I don't think that 90% think the Earth, you know, because
Oh,
usually
yeah,
I
yeah,
just
yeah.
flip
I
it,
get
you
what you're
know, is
saying.
what I'm saying, is they invert everything, or they like say, you know, whatever. I think, but I do think, and maybe I don't necessarily think that there's, you know, a ton of people that think it's flat, but I think that there are more than that are questioning it, at least, you know, or like entertaining it. Like maybe they haven't full on like committed to like, you know, but I don't know. Then again, sometimes when I bring it up to people, they're like, flat Earth, like they don't even know what I'm talking about. Like, they have no idea. Like I have to literally explain, like, yeah, I think that the Earth is flat, and they're like, what? Like it's like they've never even heard the term before. So maybe that is accurate. Then I don't know.
It all starts with Santa Claus. Oh, Santa.
It all starts with
Santa
simple
Claus
thinking.
and NASA, which is his reindeer, blasting off into space. And he's gonna give all the kids a present at exactly midnight, all around the world. He warps space and time. Don't even think about the North Pole, because Santa Claus isn't real. There's a lot more than meets the eye, for sure. Because I often thought, I was like, wait, why go through all this effort about? It's like a religion. It's just like something that most people do. It's like, does anyone tell all the parents, oh, hey, by the way, tell your kids about Santa Claus and that you're Santa Claus? Right? It's kind of interesting.
Yeah, no, I totally, like, my mom got mad at me because I told my little one right off the bat, she was talking about Santa. I was like, no, Santa's a lie. Don't listen to Aya or anybody that tries to tell you, like, this person is real, because they're not. Like, we're not doing that in this house. Sorry. Don't care.
And put out
You stole your child's dreams.
yeah, put out a glass of milk and some cookies for him.
Yeah. No, I'm like, no, Mama worked hard to buy these presents for you. They came from me. They came from these people. They didn't come from magical BS Santa Claus. Sorry. You know?
Well, they don't really need. It's not like they need Santa Claus, is it? Just the same way as I've always said, you know, like they don't need chocolate cake either. I mean, you know, sure, it's a nice little treat to have every now and then, but some people are like, oh, what, you wouldn't feed your children like all of this stuff? And it's like, well, they don't need it. And if they never get it, they don't even know it exists.
Yeah,
Why
they
am I
don't
going to put
see other
them
kids
full of
having it
sugar
and
and
like,
crap? And, you know, why would you pump your children full of all that shit? I'm not saying that, you know, you can't give them something, but, you know, when you know it's really detrimental to them to constantly have shit like that, why would you do
yeah,
it?
there's
I just don't.
nothing beneficial to teaching your kid about Santa. Like, what is not like? It's not even like okay, you give your kid a piece of cake, it tastes good. Like, what does Santa do to help anyone? You know what I mean? Like, he just gets the credit for the best presents. Like, what?
Right?
There's nothing even like. There's nothing even cool about Santa. Like, okay, like he's not like some cool like superhero, you know, who comes and like helps. Like, I mean, I don't know. It's just. I mean, I guess he flies around like superheroes or whatever, but
It's just, the more we look into it, the weirder it gets. Because
right.
I think the parent, you know, works hard for those presents to give to their kids, all to turn around and say, "Oh, nope, that's not from me. That's from Santa."
Yeah, like what kind of
Like,
sick twisted
really?
thing have they convinced everybody of to work really hard, buy the presents, and then give all the credit to like some imaginary nobody nothing, and the kids are like, "Oh, Santa," and they're like worshiping Santa, like it's like worship shit. It's weird.
Yeah, it's all shit. Like, don't tell them that it's not Santa. You know, telling their, you know, the
Yeah,
other
why?
family members and friends. You know, don't let them know.
Yeah,
It's
just keep
weird,
being
man. It's so weird.
It is really weird. I don't understand it.
I guess they're all a bit weird though, aren't they? You know, you got the Tooth Fairy, the Easter Bunny.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, no, I totally told her too when she loses a tooth, like, because she already knows about these characters, and I didn't even tell her about them. I'm like, how do you even know who the Tooth Fairy is? I'm like, Tooth Fairy doesn't exist either. I'll give you $1 when you lose your tooth. Here you go. You know, like there is no, like, I don't know. It's just wild to me how these get like pushed around, these ideas and this. I don't know. Like, still, it's just crazy.
Born into deception by the very people that they trust the most. Right?
Well, maybe that's a part of it, isn't it? You know, just getting accepted, being lied to.
I believe that's where the mind control starts. Well, even before that, someone mentioned circumcision. That's what gets the ball rolling. Then Santa Claus, the Tooth Fairy, and on and on and on.
Yeah, we should make a list of all the things that we were lied to about. Like, it's probably like so extensive. Be like a really good coffee table book. Just like a fat list of all the things you were lied about.
And then you got, the public education system, which they teach you what they want you to know, right? To go with their narrative. Do you guys ever have to get styrofoam balls of different sizes, like those long skewers, or like on a shish kebab or whatever, and then stab them all together and make solar systems? Do you guys ever have to do that?
Oh yeah. So ridiculous.
That's great.
I found one of those in my basement, actually, like some kid had been like, see, this is what happens to these. They just get thrown in the basement for somebody else to pick up, clean up after. Like, they're not useful. It's not something, like, it's such a waste of like, of materials and shit too. It's just stupid, pointless. And I mean, I guess in their mind, they're like, we're showing you how the universe works. And like, but it's really like, couldn't we be doing something more productive with the kids? Like, I don't know, planting a garden, learning how to milk a cow, something along those lines would be better than spray painting styrofoam balls and playing make believe,
Yeah,
Exactly.
there definitely are some schools that are better than others. A friend of mine, he sends his kids to a school. It's more of in a local town, but at that school, the teachers, like, they literally do go, oh, is this what you're interested in? And they just get kids focused on what they're interested in. They have a huge garden there, so they get all the kids gardening, and they get them doing a lot of artwork, but like proper stuff. And like, just eventually they sit there and they do get to the children. They're like, well, what would you like to do? What kind of things are you interested in? And they focus on what the kids are interested in at the time as well. It's definitely a different kind of school.
What school is this? It sounds like paradise. Teaching kids
Yeah.
how to grow plants? What? You mean a basic survival skill to be able to survive, like by yourself, or away from the government?
We have one of our local sort of suburbs, but sort of in the close country sort of area, about 40 minutes out of the city. Just a school there. So I'm not sure what it's called, but yeah, they have like a full proper garden, and they get all the kids
Nice.
planting and growing seeds, and they get them germinating them, and getting them to seedlings, and then planting them all out and looking after them from early, from straight away. All the kids do it.
That's wild. I've never heard anything like that before. Is this the public education system, or is this like some special school that like cost a lot, or?
I think it is. I think it is still technically classified as a part of the public education. I don't think it's fully private. But I mean, obviously, they'd have to still teach the standard curriculum, but they just have these other things that they get the kids to do as well. Because obviously, anything that's government run has to do the standard curriculum. But then they introduce all these extra things.
How long ago is this? Is this recent or?
Yeah, this is now. Yeah, I hadn't seen him for ages, and I just saw him the other day. Well, probably about a month ago, and he was telling me because he's got 5 kids now. And I'm like, oh shit, bro. Okay, that's he's starting a basketball team.
There you go.
Yeah, but yeah, and he himself, he probably about 6 years ago bought a property just out there where he's got about 5 acres, so it's quite nice. He's sort of getting a garden and stuff set up there, doing all the things that we should all be doing.
Right. Man, I wish they taught me how to grow a garden when I was growing up. That would have been nice.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, it would have been great if our parents knew how to do these things. But unfortunately, it was taken from them. And then, once it got to our generation, well, I mean, guess what am I? I think I'm a Gen X. Once it got to us, and then what we did to the next ones, and then what they did to the next ones, and it's just spiraling, isn't it? And to the point where now no one even knows what they even are.
Yeah. 100%.
Like, my whole thing when it comes to anything like that is that all you need to do is teach people to respect each other. Because at the end of the day, it's your body. If you want to go cut pieces off your body, that's your decision. Like, who am I to say what you can do with your body? That's no different than you telling me I need to get injected. No, if I don't want to do that with my body, then I don't do that with my body. If that's what you want to do, then you go do it. But all children need to be taught is to respect each other. And if somebody wants to dress up in dresses, well, whatever. But don't tell my kid that it's something that they need to do, or something. Don't make it as if it's like a normal sort of thing. Just let them know that if someone wants to dress up in dresses, and you see someone in the future when you're older, and you see someone in a dress, that's just whatever's going on with them. That's their thing. You don't need to be abusive towards them. Just let them go. Because who cares at the end of the day? It's when it gets forced down your throat. That's the problem. And the way that it's being done these days. That's the issue. I did security for, 23 years or so. And even though I'd never even been around, transvestites or anything, I started working in this one club that I was at. It was really weird. Every Sunday night, we had the mix of Lebanese mafia guys, bikers, and transvestites in the club on the one night. It was a really popular club to go to, and it just had such a range of people. But I would get because back in those days, like when I was a lot younger, I was probably a little bit more of a pretty boy. So all the transvestites would come up and they'd be wanting to talk to me, and they'd tell me to come and sit on their lap and stuff, and I'd be like, it's all cool, man. I don't need to do that. But even though I'd never been around those people before, I knew how to just respect people. And what am I going to do? There's no point calling them a fucking weirdo. Just if that's the decision they made in their life, well then, yeah, if that's what makes them happy, then by all means. The problem is when it gets forced down people's throats. Whether I agree with their decisions or not doesn't matter. That's their decision to make.
Right. I'm following you on the not pushing anything down people's throats, right? Because there's no such thing as convincing someone to do anything. Like, that is on our own accord, right? Like, we make that decision, right? But my question to you is, do you think people being bullied, do you see that as necessary? Do you see that as not necessary? Do you think it needs to go away, or what are your thoughts on bullying?
I don't think that you would ever get rid of bullying, and it's I guess personally, if you think of bullying in the sense of physical violence towards people, then obviously that's something that should be tried to be stamped out as much as possible. But a little bit of it it's different these days, because in these days it's, if a kid gets bullied at school, they're not just bullied at school, they get bullied on Facebook, they get bullied everywhere they go. Like it doesn't stop. There's no, it's not like they don't really have, I'm using the word safe space, but not in that sense of, safe spaces, but they don't have somewhere they can go to just relax and downwind from all that crap that they maybe copped at school. Nowadays, it's just constant, because if they are allowed to be on the internet, then it just can happen from every angle, can't it? We can't get rid of bullying, and sometimes it's character building, but sometimes it's character destroying. So it just all depends on who the child is and how they deal with things. In the same sense that you can have one child who was molested as a child and becomes an advocate for going out there and making sure that this never happens to another kid. And then you have the kid who gets molested as a child and goes out and molests other children. Like, we all deal with things differently.
Right.
So, we can say it'd be nice to live in a world where there was no bullying, but, how is that ever even going to be possible? Unless you want to go into a Minority Report. Yeah, obviously it's not nice to be not treated nicely. Nobody wants to be treated like shit. It's the same as going into any of the flat Earth and globe Earth conversations. I've not taken myself off of Twitter, but I just don't even involve myself. There's a particular group of people that that's like they're in every single discussion about flat Earth, and there's about 7 or 8 of them, and all they do is just constant, you've got no evidence, I don't know, it's hard to even get it out. But they just constant. It's just this constant bullying by these just absolute retards, and they just back each other up non-stop. It just keeps going and going. It's just not even worth dealing with it, because they're never going to what's the point? They're never going to give you any credit for any point made, and that's the problem with this whole situation that we have within the flat Earth, is that anyone within the globe Earth, getting them to even concede a point, even if it's valid, is just insane. I've heard lots of flat earthers concede points and say, okay, yeah, that would work on a globe too, no drama, but it also works on a flat Earth. And then they just go, no, it wouldn't. Well, it would. You should at least admit that it would.
Well, I would say troll. At the same time, I would say trolls are necessary. It's like a test, right? Because life is but a game, right? To not take anything seriously. So I personally, I wouldn't get triggered by a troll, taken emotional or personal, because they're a troll, right?
Oh,
it's
yeah,
like,
for sure.
It's like their test, right? Because they're trying to seek that attention, right? And by bringing attention to it and actually acknowledging that of their existence, that's exactly what they want. It's like feeding a stray cat, and next thing you know, you got 20 cats darting around your house, or you have a roommate or someone like constantly feeding the stray cat. And next thing you know, the problem becomes bigger, right?
Yeah, that's why you just don't feed the trolls. I just disengage from dealing with trolls.
So that brings me back to bullies, right? Like, are bullies necessary? Like, do they have a purpose? Like, is it all bad? Is what I'm getting at.
I don't think it's all bad.
Is there any good that comes from bullies that you can think
Well,
of?
if we look in these situations of, say, the trolls within this community, those trolls maybe bring up points that then make us turn around and go look into those points and then go, oh, but hold it. Yeah. Okay, so you have this point, but sure, it works on both. So I guess there's lots of things that we don't know. So in these instances, the trolls will teach us things, and then we can go off and learn and figure out whether or not that fits what we believe in
Right.
or what we know. You know,
Like bullies and trolls will always exist. I just feel like it's it's part of life. It's just because I was bullied quite a bit growing up, right? And I used to think, damn, that sucks. But then again, like it made me think. I was like, wait, it actually made me a stronger person, right? Because there's a reason why I didn't fight back, right? Because I was weak, right? There's a weakness to not stand up for yourself and be like, to draw the line, be like, hey, I'm not gonna take any more of your crap, right? Like there's something to that, you know what I mean? So I look at that as like it's a reflection. I look at that as the strong prevail and the weaker people, they get bullied. I just feel like there's like this hierarchy. I know, as weird as that sounds, it's like a form of I'm at a loss of words. Hopefully you understand what I'm kind of getting at here.
yeah. I think in the end, a certain degree of bullying obviously makes you stronger. Definitely.
Right.
But I
It's
think for
like
some people, it can go too far. You know,
right.
just depends on how far the bullying goes. You know, but again, I think it depends on the person. You know, like I was the same. You know, I don't think I was bullied hardcore as a kid, but you know, it sort of you know, in the end, it got me into martial arts, and you know, I just got heavily into training and said, well, that kind of crap's not going to happen to me anymore. You know, and then even throughout my entire security career, I was never the guard that, you know, actually went out searching for fights. But if they came to me, it was not at a good end for them. You know, so I guess it can lead you down certain paths.
I don't start fights, I end them.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, I was never the sort of person to do that sort of thing, and you know, but obviously, if people were going to force your hand, then that's their fault. Whatever happens to them is their fault, and that's the way I look at it. When it comes to fighting, if you bring the fight to me and you get seriously injured because of what you did, that's not my fault. So, you know, like I was saying, you know, like we're having a discussion on here the other day, and how, you know, like, yeah, I'm vegan. I don't agree in killing anything personally myself. That's not really what I agree with. No direct assault on anything. But if something's attacking me, I have every right to do whatever it takes to make sure that I'm safe or anyone I love is safe. And if you come to me with any form of attack, you better make sure that you know what you're doing, because I'm gonna do everything in my power to make sure that I'm the one that's okay in the end. I have no harms in hurting people, because people are assholes. Animals don't, you know, they don't ask to get hurt. But if someone comes to me being a dick, they're asking to get hurt. So that's their fault. We don't need to go down that animal road, okay? Let's just avoid that. That's it. Avoid that subject for now. Let's keep going on the bullying. That's fine. Yeah, I think I think, you know, something like martial arts is something that all kids should learn. All kids should learn how to defend themselves. All kids should learn how to grow a garden, learn basic survival needs.
Oh, definitely. being able to defend yourself and grow your own food, collect your own water, build your own shelter, do it all.
Yeah, well, especially, I mean, as a child, as a kid, learning how to defend yourself just makes you more confident in general, doesn't it? So if someone does come to bully you, then you're not the one getting bullied. You just then need to make sure that your child doesn't turn into the bully.
Right.
And then it comes down to parenting as well, doesn't it? But then sometimes comes down to comes down to their friends. If they choose to hang around the wrong people, then hopefully your parenting is what ends up getting them back in line.
Because
being a parent. Yeah, sorry, go.
Go ahead.
Oh no, I was going to say it's a hard thing being a parent, because if your children get involved with the wrong people, then you've done everything that you can possibly do. You just got to hopefully that they know how to pull themselves out of being around those people.
And this kind of leads me back to the school system. It's like on one hand, like I just want to throw this out there. I am so fortunate that I don't have kids. As horrible as that sounds, I'm just so glad because I don't have to worry about them going through a public school system and have you know what they're pushing in the schools. Like I kind of don't want to repeat it. It's
Yeah.
So, you know what I'm talking about.
Just interrupt for 1 second. Yeah, let me just interrupt for 1 second. I've got to bail because I've got to go to work.
Okay.
Catch you later, guys.
We'll see it.
I'll be listening. See you.
It's like it's so important for people, for kids to be around their peers growing up. But at the same time, they're pushing agendas that doesn't align with me or my kid or my kids if I had any, right? And some people are like, "Hey, you need to homeschool your kids." It's like I don't see that as a solution either. I don't think either one of them are viable solutions. It's like, oh well, if the public school system doesn't work, well, homeschool them. It's like, well, then they're separated from their peers, unless they have, unless they have friends that come over and stuff like that. But I just feel like there's a better solution to bring the communities back.
Everyone run away.
YOLO.
YOLO. Who's this?
This is Blue Car. Who is this?
It's plain reality. How you doing?
Good.
Yeah, what side of the fence are you on in this discussion, as far as flat all around?
I'm more on the side of flat, but I've learned my lesson and not picked a side. Like team A or team B in a football game or whatever game. It's like it's one or the other, you know, you're either for the Dallas Cowboys or the 49ers or whatever. So
Yeah. So what brought you to the questioning and to the thoughts of that possibly it's flat?
I never thought you'd ask. Well, what happened was no. I had an automotive shop about 20 minutes from here. I'll try and make it quick as I can. My neighbor, he had it was the same building, but it was just a divider wall. Anyway, it was my next door neighbor, and he worked on diesels, and he had a bunch of friends that come over, especially on the weekends. And one of them, more of an acquaintance, we talk when we run into each other, you know, because he was just right next door, and I happen to agree with him like 95% of the time, right? And one Saturday night, he was talking to one of his buddies. He goes, "Bro, the Earth is flat." And I overheard him. I looked over at him, and I looked at his friends, and then they're looking at me like, "Did I just hear what I thought I just heard?"
Did this mofo just say the Earth is flat?
Yeah. Well, because we agreed politically, like just about everything he believed, I believed. I was like, wow, like we really align on that level, you know. And when he said that, you know, I was like, hold up. Stop the tape, stop the reel, stop the record. And
Hey, where
he
do we
was
grab
like,
the carts? Sorry, I don't even know.
he was like
Appreciate
spitting
you.
off reasons like why it was flat, but it was like in one ear out the other. It was garbage. Like I couldn't understand a word. I was like freaking out. I was like, this guy's crazy. He knows where I live. He knows what car I drive. You know, everything. I just never felt that way before. Like the anxiety, whatever you call that, it was weird. But I'm almost done. So that happened a month before moving out. Okay, so I move out of there. I get all settled in the new place, and I had something in the back of my mind that I was like, it didn't really set right with me. I was like, there's something there, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it, right? So it wasn't until a month after moving into the new place, it just hit me like a sack of potatoes. Just like wham! I was like, hold up. My friend, the friend of my friend, he believed the Earth is flat, and I agree with him politically like 95% of the time. I was like, hold up. So I jumped on Rumble, Odysee, BitChute, because I've already been looking into the sea, if you know what I mean. It's like let me hop on Rumble and look up some documentaries. I came across this guy named E. Warrenton, however you pronounce it. Because like trying to find the best documentaries, right? And I could get through like maybe a minute or two of the video at the very beginning, and I had to turn it off. The same thing happened. I felt weird. It was just like it was like in one ear and out the other, and I just had to shut it off. It was just I don't know. I can't put it into words. I really can't. So the next day or the day after that, I played it again. I got through a few more minutes, rinse and repeat over and over. And I eventually was able to finish it over like a week or two. And I was like, hold up. I have more questions about flat Earth than I do about, or I have more questions about the heliocentric model as opposed to the geocentric model, right? It like flipped around on me. I was like, wait. Hold on a
Yeah,
second.
Ewa on
Yeah,
some pretty
morning. Yeah.
intense stuff, man. So it's a big introduction to flat Earth going through him.
Yeah, he just laid it out, man. It's just I was not ready for that. And the thing is I watched a funny thing happen on the way to the moon back in 2009, because I've already been looking into 9/11 like a few years after that happened, and that all spiraled from a meme on Facebook saying that jet fuel can't melt steel beams, and I was like, that's funny. But then that got me looking into it, because where it really started was the movie Enemy of the State. That's what kind of got the ball rolling. Like, hold up. They came out in 98. I think it was 98. So there's that, and then the meme from 9/11, and then started looking into stuff, and then there was the moon landing, and for me to be like, oh yeah, the Earth isn't flat, when someone that I agree with mostly politically said that, I dismissed it, and I've been, I thought I was awake and connecting the dots for so long, but here I am, like. So for all the people who haven't already been started connecting the dots and they still believe in NASA and all that stuff, like trying to talk about the Earth being flat, I think that's a really big pill to swallow. If that makes sense. But yeah, that's my story. What's yours? If you don't mind me asking.
Well, for me, kind of the same. Well, a little bit different, but I'd already just been down the rabbit hole of everything, starting from the lies of cancer and the food industry, etc., and just working my way all the way through. And then eventually you start, this was back in, I think, 2015, when everything was going pretty nuts and the information was everywhere on YouTube. So then eventually I was like, I clicked on and started watching some things. I think it was either Eric Dubay or it was either the 200 Proofs or the 21 Questions by Odysee TV.
Right? It's
And then,
like half the people are like, oh, it's that 200 Proofs video by Eric Dubay every time.
Yeah. Oh, well, I mean, back in the day, it was one of the bigger ones. And then I watched, I'd seen Mark Sargent's Clues as well, and there were quite a few in there that I was like, nah, I don't know about this, but I mean, who knows? But yeah, then I remember the first comment I ever made on a Flat Earth video. I said, oh, if this is the case, then why can't I see America from the east coast of Australia? Right, that typical retarded response. The only difference is that when the explanation was told to me, I just instantly went, okay, fair enough. And, like the person said, well, hey, man, you can't see infinitely far. For starters, America would be too small in that distance. You've got 13,000 miles of atmosphere in the way. That's going to block your vision. You might have 40-foot waves in the way. Like you could just never see that far. And I just went, oh, yeah, okay, good point. They're very true. And this is what I was saying earlier about how, people who are on the ones that we would call globetards, globies, it's like they just can't even concede a point. I mean, that's just such a clear and obvious point. Well, clearly you're not going to be able to see 13,000 miles because there's so much stuff that could be in the way. I'm aware, as everyone knows, I'm always filming here, and there's hills that are 30 miles away from me. There's some that are 15 miles away from me. And there are days where the ones that are 15 miles away from me just can't be seen at all. And it's like, well, if that can happen in just 15 miles, what can happen over 13,000 miles? Obviously, haze and you name it. There's so many different things that can
block your vision from seeing things in the distance.
I do sometimes wish that globe earthers would understand how silly it is to think that if we lived on a flat surface that you would just be able to see all the way across it. Like, because they think, that you should just be able to see everything, and they have no idea how vision works because they've never actually learned.
Yeah, I think it's actual insanity to keep that one going at least. I mean, that should be something that the concession should be on that. If anything else, it should just be like, okay, yeah, that's fair enough. Even if it was flat, we wouldn't be able to see through 13,000 miles of the atmos, and obviously Mount Everest would be, like so small you wouldn't be able to see it. Like, I mean, that should just be,
Yeah. Like,
and
'cause
that's the one that gets me the most on how they don't concede that point. Sorry, go.
Because if I had to choose like the one piece of evidence that like kept me going on it, that like just wouldn't leave my brain was the fact that the horizon always rises to meet your eyes, no matter how high you go. Because that could not happen on a sphere where it would have to continuously be falling. But people like don't understand.
Yeah.
They don't understand like basic like 3D shapes, seems like, or like they have no idea how vision works. Like,
Yeah, well, the funny thing is when you think of like, I mean, it's pretty much if you're at 37,000 feet high, the horizon's actually 74,000 feet below you. So if you're 120,000 feet high, the horizon is approximately, according to the globe model, it is. The horizon is approximately 240,000 feet below you. Well, how does that keep raising towards my eye level? It just continuously, it just keeps happening.
yeah, it just
I mean,
makes no sense.
yeah, I mean, like, it doesn't raise to exactly eye level, but how do we know that? Like Witset's pointed out, it does haze off in the distance. So how do we know where the actual horizon is? If it's hazed off in the distance, it means it keeps going.
Yeah. It's bizarre too because I find the flat earth stuff really convincing because they can give actual demonstrations of their points. Like the other day, there was like a debate between I can't remember his name, geocentrist dude. Like but he believes in geocentrism, but not flat earth.
Robert St. Genis.
Yeah, St. Genis. And the guy that he was debating, I forgot his name and YouTube channel, but he made a demonstration where he put these little tacks, on a flat surface, put the camera right on the ground, and then wafted cold air, and to show how the temperature can obscure the horizon, to explain why on some days you can get a photo of the Chicago skyline from Michigan, and other days you cannot. And so I felt like that was like a very solid, convincing demonstration. But like, St. Genis didn't even like acknowledge it, as he just was like, "Oh, okay, this is just one," and he just like, I mean, he didn't like St. Genis didn't come with any demonstrations, and like the globe rarely offers any because it seems like you really can't demonstrate it. Whereas like the flat Earth, like. But then people just don't take it seriously, or they just like dismiss it out of hand.
Yeah, that sounds like it was probably a demonstration by the channel called Sky Free. So if you don't know that channel, look them up. Sky Free. They're pretty good.
Okay.
They do a lot of stuff where they have little remote control boats as well, and they go to like a lake that's maybe a couple of 1,000 feet long, where there's negligible curve if there was any. It's negligible. And they get their little remote control boats and drive them away, and you see all the exact same effects that we see over ocean. But you know that what they're doing it on is 100% flat, and they get all the same effects that we have watching ships go away on the ocean. So it's like, well, they're demonstrating that on a flat surface. So then what makes you think that the other surface is curved? when you get the same effects. You know.
Yeah,
Hey,
exactly.
Whit- Yeah. Sorry, Whitted, are you around?
Yeah, what's up?
I was just going to say, like, I was posting last night some photos of the sun and how when you zoomed in on the sun, like literally directly where the sun sits is illuminated. But you only notice this when you're zoomed in on the sun. If you're not zoomed in and you're just looking with your eye, everything looks illuminated. But when you're zoomed in, it's like those points directly around where the sun is are bright. And then it's a very small distance before it fades off. What do you think's going on there? Because to me, I think, well, the sun, you know, if it's bright, if it's so bright in just that one area, it's representing that. Like for me, it's the azimuthal grid of vision on how it's appearing to be there, and that's why it's making that particular spot that bright. But what's your opinion on that?
Sorry, I'm in a grocery store. Can you like what
Sorry.
the sun doing what exactly?
You know, when we see the sun in the clouds, these type of things, and right where the sun is, at the direct spot of where the sun is, there's like a real bright illumination around the clouds as well, and it doesn't extend out. It's literally, let's just say you're looking at a photograph, you know, maybe within just a couple of, you know, maybe 1 centimeter of that photograph is bright, right where the sun is, but the clouds that are still right next to the sun, they're not illuminated in the same way.
Right. Yeah.
What do you think that effect is?
Like the local like hot spot of the sun in the clouds, even though we know the sun's not like literally in the clouds. Yeah, like I think it's so we were kind of talking about this the other day, but I think if you replicated it with like a glass dome and you took a light source outside of it and shined it, you effectively get a second sun, right? And you only see that second one at the edge of your vision, like that dome. And if you do that and say you put a bunch of smoke in the room, then the smoke closest to that light source would have a hot spot. So even though it's not the actual position of the sun, it creates like a second like light source, basically, right? So the azimuthal grid of vision creates that personal sun, and so you would get the same like localized effect of it lighting up. That makes sense.
Yeah, the globers that were in the chat were trying to say that it was Rayleigh scattering. And I'm like, well, if it's Rayleigh scattering, then why is it more of the clouds being lit up? Why is it just that direct point? And then one of them goes, oh, use an ND 100,000 filter. And I'm like, well, that gets rid of every single piece of light there is. Of course there's not going to be anything from that. Like, that's just so stupid. Like, so then I actually showed a photo, because I've got one which was from a UV filter. And then I also had the same thing, which I had an ND 400 filter. So you still see the exact same thing, you know. If I can find, I'm only on my phone at the moment, but if I can find those pictures, I'll repost them.
Cool. You know what I do know, man? In this crazy fallen world, it's basically impossible to find raw butter. Can't find it anywhere. I'm super frustrated. Yeah, but also with like the whole like the horizon thing. I mean, I keep asking a baller to show me, like even with a small ball, like using any type of thing you want to for refraction, the horizon itself actually going up and down. That's what I want to see. I want to see the horizon itself move or lift up and go backwards behind things. Like, I want to see that replicated. Because like you said, we can replicate everything over a flat plane. I want to see, it's like people just kind of assume that would happen. I don't agree. I think demonstration reigns supreme. If you're making a claim of physicality, it should be able to be scaled. And so they should be able to show me that. They should also be able to show me a sphere being lit up by a light source and it creating like a ring around, like the outer ring of the sphere, so it's like a circle, lights up brighter than the rest, because I looked at the moon the other night and that's what it had, a bright ring around the outside. And if you look at the sun close enough for a second with your naked eye, you'll see the like pulsating ring around it. So I want to know, how can you physically light up, or how can you light up a physical sphere with a light source and then it creates a ring, a bright ring around it? You know how like the eclipse, you have the eclipse with the ring of fire? Like I've saw that on just like a full moon or the day before the full moon. I know that's kind of random, but can anyone explain to me how that is? That, am I tripping, or is that physically impossible to hit a sphere with a light source and then that makes a ring of light around the outside? That wouldn't happen at all. It would actually be brightest in the center of the sphere, the area closest to the light, and it would just start to fade out towards the edges. So how would you get a ring of light around it, like a circle ring of light?
Yeah, that makes sense. It's kind of
I
like
don't
with
think
the,
it can
with
be
the lift.
replicated.
No. It's like with the lifting of things supposedly behind the horizon. With the now, all the observations that I have personally made, the only things that I have ever seen lifted were things that I could see in the first place. So I do have some footage of like little sailing boats that are technically above the horizon, but that's because all the water in front of them has been, I don't know if it's been like stretched or magnified up, or it is a form of it's not a Fata Morgana or some type of superior mirage, but it is a stretching of the water. But the thing is that when that settles down, that sailing ship just drops and sits on the water exactly where I can see it anyway. And when I see it up higher than what it should be, it's obvious that it's not it's obvious that it's an illusion. It's not like I would be looking at that going like, oh my God, that's coming up over the curve. No, it's obvious that it's just a little refractive effect. It's an illusion. It always drops back down, sits on the water, and I can see it. It never drops underneath to the point where it disappears. So to me, I've personally never seen that. And I've now been filming through sunny conditions from last summer all the way up until now. And I've never seen that here. And we have some pretty crazy conditions here where I am.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, I'm like, honestly, like when I was making observations, because when I traveled, we would go out and make observations a lot. Nothing I ever saw made sense to me on a globe. Like nothing, because you can just sit there for a couple minutes and stuff starts to move around. You sit there for 30 minutes and moves around. So
Yeah,
I don't know.
agree.
Like it's just crazy that they just say the word refraction and people act like that's somehow them winning. Dude, just show it to me. Show me, because they'll use like butane or whatever, and they'll make an object look. You'll see the top of the red object kind of come over this edge or whatever's blocking it. Okay, cool. What I want to see is the actual leading edge of a sphere, the physical obstruction itself, lift up and move back behind something. Because if that doesn't happen, then we've already objectively refuted the globe. So,
Yeah, well, the only time that I ever see anything disappear, that technically I shouldn't be seeing it according to the globe. The only time that ever happens is when I have a really high inferior miraging day. So, like when there's like a really big inferior mirage, that's when things drop. They drop hardcore. But on any other day, they're just sitting there for me to see them.
yeah.
So that's what I've noticed so far, and like I can only go by what I've seen. But when at the end of the day, I've been out there. I mean, what have we had now so far this year? About 280 days of the year or so, and I've been out there for probably 240 of those days, or maybe 230 of those days. So it's not like I've just been out once or twice. I've been out filming every day, and sometimes 3 times a day. I've gone out and then driven elsewhere and then filmed from there and then driven elsewhere and filmed from there. So it's like I'm trying to put in the work to see what the hell is actually going on. And
Right.
as far as from what I'm seeing personally myself, I just think that refraction was just reverse engineered because they believed that they were on a ball, so they just made everything fit that ball.
Exactly. And they changed their whole position. I mean, they changed it. But what's even funnier, bro, is so refraction, their subject matter expert, Andrew Thomas Young, right? So if you go look at what he does, he has to use a plane with parallel horizontal layers to even model out the alleged refraction.
Yeah, I was just listening to the Plain Truth last night, Travis, and he was saying that he had just emailed Andrew Thomas Young about something, and Andrew Thomas Young just literally said to him, "Oh, we guess." I'm pretty sure that was the words that he said he used. Yeah, he basically admitted that they guess.
Oh
They
yeah,
use
yeah, I've
assumption.
heard that. Yeah.
You know, so if that's the subject matter expert, and my whole thing as well is that, okay, so you want to say that light's bending around a curve, and I don't think that this is a moot point. Like, show me an experiment where a bunch of scientists looked over a body of water and just repeated that day after day after day and showed that that light's bending over the body of water and proved it. Like, there is no such experiment. And if there's no such terrestrial experiment, you can't say it happens.
What about the electromagnetic field bending light?
Not something I can comment on because I don't know about it. So for me, it's not something I can comment on.
Like, for instance, a CRT monitor or TV, right? It has what's called a deflection coil. It's just a coil of wire, and it's basically responsible because without that, you would just have one tiny white dot in the very center of the screen, right? The electrons shooting out of this vacuum tube, basically like how a microwave works, right? So it sends one dot right in the middle of the screen, but the deflection coil is what's responsible for making it sweep left to right, top to bottom, and that's done by creating electromagnetic field by the deflection coil. It can actually move that one beam of light, black and white or RGB, depending on if it's monochrome or color, right?
Yeah,
so
yeah.
if electromagnets can do that in a CRT, then can't that occur in nature?
Yeah, I don't think any of us denying that light can bend. Okay, so it's not that that's a denial. We're not denying that. The whole point is that if you don't have the actual experiments to prove that that's what's going on, when we see something dropped or raised, right? That, like if you don't have the actual experiments proving it, then you can't claim it.
Well, how does light
It's just
bending make the horizon lift up and go behind an object? Like that's the problem.
And why-
It's just ridiculous.
And why does everything just, raise to eye level? Why doesn't it raise well above? Because for me, the only times when I have seen something raise above, it was an obvious mirage or miraging effect. It was completely obvious. It wasn't clear. It was clearly miraged. But yet we'll see things, sitting exactly where they should sit, which is, maybe hundreds of meters above the horizon, exactly where they should sit. And it's clear.
I've heard someone argue the reason why the horizon is always at eye level is because that's the limitation of our eyesight. Like it's finite, right? Like we can't see forever.
Yeah, but ballers don't say that.
True.
Yeah. And like I said, the only time that I've ever seen anything raise up is where the water is just obviously being stretched upwards and you have a little ship or something, a little sailing ship that's sitting above the normal horizon, but you can tell that's not normal. Like when you're looking at it, you're like, oh yeah, that's not normal. And then when it settles down, it just settles back down onto the ocean, and you can see it. It's right there. It doesn't all of a sudden the whole thing, the mast and everything just drop well under, and now the whole thing's gone. No, it was there for me to see it, and when it drops and settles down, it's there for me to see it. You know, nothing ever gets lifted above the horizon or beyond the horizon to all of a sudden it's sitting above my eye level, because those sort of ships, those little sailing ships and stuff, they will go above the horizon. They will be above my eye level. But then they just settle back down when the conditions kind of, you know, go back to a little bit more normal. They just settle down. They're sitting on the water. There they are. They're right there for you to see. It's not never have I ever seen anything that's lifted above the horizon, or like from beyond the horizon, and then drop back behind the horizon. Now, I can't claim that that has never happened, of course, because it's just something that I personally have never seen. And you know, I must have been out this year probably for well over 1,000 hours of filming. So I'm sure that maybe if someone else has proof where they've actually got video footage of them showing something raise above from beyond the horizon and raise up and then raise back and then drop back down below the horizon, if someone's got actual, you know, raw video footage of that, then we can pay attention to it. But if no one has any raw footage of that, then I don't think it exists.
Yeah, so like I asked them, so if the Earth's a ball, then the horizon should drop down and away from you in all directions, from your feet, at all times. And as you go higher, it's just further and further down away from you. It drops down and away from you in all directions. So how come if I take a drone out to the beach, and I go up, the horizon rises?
Yeah, it should be dropping.
Yeah, literally debunk. You're gonna have to invoke perspective, I guess.
Yeah, because just like I said before, you know, I mean, really, technically, the way that it works is that if you go 100,000 feet in the air, technically now the horizon you're looking at, according to their model, is now 200,000 feet below where you're looking, below whatever you're looking from. It's if you're 100,000 feet up, it's now 200,000 feet below you. So how is something that's now double the distance below you still rising to almost meet your eye?
And they
It
like
doesn't
they
really
won't
make.
even, dude, they won't even say, like 90% of them won't even say perspective, even though they have to say that, because they're like now saying, oh, the horizon's position is rising based on perspective. So now they're just saying a flat Earth position. And
Sorry, bro, you're roboting.
Yeah, the horizon's position, wherever that is, you're roboting. The horizon's position is somewhat based on perspective. Absolutely.
Yeah, if you're backwards, you were just roboting then, man. We didn't hear any of that.
It's undeniable because, like Witz has said, you can't have it raising up without invoking.
Yeah, I mean, you could imagine that there would be a certain point. Witsit, sorry, bro, you're still roboting. So you must be just cutting out because I don't think you can hear us. I'll have to wait till he comes back again. But yeah, you know, I mean, it's like you could imagine that over a certain distance that it would raise a little bit. You could imagine that it would come up even just a little, but eventually it would have to just start dropping exponentially. You backwards it, you were dropping right off there, man. Maybe he's gone.
And come back.
What was that?
I was saying he didn't come back. Not in the chat.
No. Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe he dropped right out, or maybe he's just gone off to come back in or something. Who knows? But yeah, like like I said, I can see like where, okay, maybe if you were to raise, a few 100 feet or something, yeah, maybe that does sort of, appear to keep going with you. But by the time you start getting into the thousands of feet, like, I mean, it has to be dropping below you.
Yeah, my bad about that.
Yeah, sorry, man. You really roboted out hard. We didn't hear probably any of what you were just saying over the past couple of minutes.
No, that's all good, man. Yeah, I was saying, like, they obviously, even as a baller, you have to invoke perspective. Rising the horizon, which is just funny. Like, the horizon should be just dropping down away from you. So now it's not just refraction that moves the location of the horizon, but it's perspective. And so atmospheric conditions and perspective determine the location of the horizon, which is literally the flat Earth position.
It's exactly the flat Earth position.
That's why I ask them all the time, because they freak out. So if the Earth's a ball and it drops down and away from me in all directions from my feet, then how come when I rise in altitude, the horizon rises up? It's like game over right there.
Yeah,
Such an easy
it's kind of like
end of the discussion.
Yeah, that's right. And it's kind of like going, well, is the horizon optical or is it physical? At the moment they say it's optical, it's welcome to flat Earth, or welcome to you can't tell me it's got anything to do with a curve.
Well, yeah, they'll just start hitting you with tactics. They're like, well, there's always an atmosphere. Everything's optical. And it's both. And,
Yeah. Okay, but then if it's both, you can say that it's both if you want to, but if you admit that it's optical, then at the end of the day, it takes the curve like off the table, really. You can
right, they're
invoke
going
it
to
if you
have to
want.
go. They'll have to claim to have evidence of the curve some other way.
Yeah, that's right. It's like I said, that's sort of my entire goal. But at the end of the day, the moment they say it's optical, they've lost the argument already.
Well, that's why what they then say is the fact that there is a horizon at all proves the Earth's a ball. That's what they've devolved to, which is just hysterical. Like, to claim that flat Earth wouldn't have a horizon is just so stupid, dude.
For sure. But then also, the moment you say that the horizon is optical, you've already admitted that there would be a horizon on a flat Earth as well, because if it's optical, it doesn't matter. Like, it's optical. So, I don't know, man. What are we going to do with these people?
It's just funny, man, because it's changed so much. Because, obviously, the way it progressed, obviously, was like, we know the Earth's a ball. They knew this 1,000 years ago. You can just go out and see a boat disappear behind the horizon. That's the boat going over the curve of the Earth. And then we started doing all these observations and showing, like, nah, that's not what happens in reality, bro. Like, to such a staggering extent, they couldn't handily dismiss it. So they changed their position. And they now say, oh, well, you never see the actual location of the curve of the Earth. You never see it because there's always an atmosphere. And they say it so condescending, like it's so obvious, like you never see it because there's always an atmosphere, which is funny because that's not what your guys' argument was until we debunked it. So I don't know why you're so condescending. But anyway, and then you ask them, okay, well, if you can never see the actual location of the curve of the Earth, you can never see the actual curve of the Earth, how do you know it's there? Like, how did you know it was there in the first place?
Exactly. Yeah.
So then they said the fact that there is a horizon can only happen if the Earth's a globe, because you have to have something physical to be, refracted or whatever.
Yeah. It's just a bit ridiculous. But I also look at the fact, or the idea of that, I don't think that you would even be able to get something like an inferior mirage if it was a curve. To me, that mirroring would need a flat surface to get mirroring over miles upon miles. Because it's not like it's just a small amount. I mean, you can get mirroring of stuff 30 miles away.
Oh, that's actually a great
How,
point. Just like specular reflections, they require
yeah,
a horizontal surface. Yeah.
yeah. Like, how do you get something 30 to even 50 miles away to be mirroring? How's the mirror reflecting that if it's a curved surface? To me, that just says flat surface.
Yeah, I agree. Actually, absolutely.
Yeah, yeah. Because I've been looking at that for ages and sitting there going, how does that even work on a curved surface? I've been trying to think of, like, maybe we can get some kind of curved mirror and put something there and see if we do get those effects. But yeah, it just doesn't seem like it would work to me.
Well, it would stretch it and lean it back away from you.
Yeah, it would be very distorted. The thing that you're looking at would be very distorted, but that's not normally what happens from an inferior mirage over water. Normally, an inferior mirage over water gives you a perfect mirror reflection. It's the superior mirage that gives you like a mirage type thing, where it's kind of like fuzzy. You don't really get a clear image. You get a sort of distorted image. But normally,
Yeah,
the inferior mirage is quite clear.
and it wouldn't even just be stretched; it would be distorted in all directions, right? If you look at a specular reflection, whenever the water's like waving a lot, it's like stuff's everywhere. Or if you look at a reflection in like a clown mirror, whatever they're called.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
true too.
man,
Yeah,
like
so you'd get
it would be
stretching
everywhere.
left, right, center. Yeah.
Yeah,
No, that's a
because the
good
Earth's
point too. Yeah,
supposedly
you would.
curving in all directions.
Yeah. That's exactly true. I got to jump on. I got to jump on mute.
Yeah, same. Actually, I just pulled in the house. I gotta take these groceries down and fix some meat. I shall be listening. If any baller wants to jump in and help us know how the horizon rises towards eye level, if it's dropping down and away from us in all directions, that would be great.
Yeah, how it only bends away from you in one direction, right? We live on a toilet paper rule.
You guys were talking about that, and I was thinking about when I was younger, being in a fun house, all those different curvy mirrors and how they would like distort images and change things up. And I'm like, you introduce light into that as well, and how light would totally start to distort and get all crazy. Then I thought about what the sun looks like setting in front or behind the lake, or when there's a body of water involved. And that perspective, that light beam that cuts along the water, is always to the person perceiving it. You could even have a camera set up on a beachfront, and you can have somebody walking along the beachfront, but that light beam stays perfectly. It's a dead line, and it's perfectly straight from the sun right to the thing taking a picture of it, or whoever's perceiving it. And some of it doesn't change. You have another person 30 kilometers away from that person, and they would get their own independent light beam directly to them across the across the body of water. Curvy surfaces.
You just gave me an idea, Killian. You just gave me a brainstorm, bro. There are no fat people. It's all just optical illusion. They're skinny people with refraction around them, dude. There are no actual fat people.
Preach. It's all perspective, man. All perspective.
Right? Because I'm just saying, dude, if it's like that drastic that it like makes something jump 30, 60, 100 feet in the air that should be behind their curvature, like imagine what it's doing when you look at somebody from that distance. That's like cute. That's like, yeah. I mean, there's no fat people, bro. It's all about optics and perspective.
Yeah, that's hilarious,
And
man. I had to come off mute for that one. That's hilarious. So there are no fat people. Fat people are just a new world order agenda.
Right? They're all
They don't even exist, man. That's gold.
Dude, it's a conspiracy, like the whole Australia's not real conspiracy, bro. That people aren't real. You know what? Well, okay, so here, if let's just say for shits and giggles, someone like me did come out and start saying that, would the fat people be for that or against that? I'm curious now, actually. Like, would they go for that or no? Because I'm just using Glover logic on this. If light bends and makes things distort that much, like Killian when you're talking about the funhouse mirrors, you're right, dude. Sometimes looking through there, it looks like a funhouse mirror.
Yeah,
That's
the issue that I'm with the idea of putting a label on anybody, calling them larger than normal, is that we have the issue of a scale, because then we step on a scale and then there you go to the doctor and the doctor's like, well, according to the American standard or whatever, you're considered to be like
no,
larger.
dude. Gravity just affects them more where they're at. That's what it is.
I don't want to make it a whole.
Because they're larger, they're being attracted to the Earth at a stronger pace. That's what's making them. That's what makes the scale tip. It's all about the gravity that's falling down on them.
No, bro, they're just big boned.
Have you ever seen the X-ray images of an extremely large person? It's a normal size skeleton with a bunch of weight on it. Is all it is.
Yep. There's no real excuse for being extremely overweight. I mean, there's obviously people who are just naturally thicker built. That's how it is. But if you're extremely overweight, it's because you're eating the wrong foods or doing the wrong thing. Like,
Yeah.
And there's nothing healthy. There's nothing healthy about that. It's not about picking on someone for being overweight. It's about, well, it's just not healthy, man. Like, come on. We shouldn't be promoting. There should never be a promotion of healthy at any weight, because that's just not true. That's just 100% false statement. And if any doctor ever said that, he'd be like, he should take his license away because he or she is an idiot.
So here's something that I came across like a while ago is how strong overweight people actually are. Like they're a lot stronger than you would realize when they get down to a normal weight, because they're so used to like carrying an extra like 150 pounds on them. Like imagine if like in the military, right? When they go into boot camp, like them carrying their fucking rucksacks around everywhere, dude. Like them carrying their packs everywhere, like that puts them in shape, dude. Like that makes them strong, and that's what they're carrying. They're carrying probably more than that weight of a backpack that's fully loaded every day with them. Like.
Oh yeah, I 100% agree with that, man. I was when I was 88, 90 kilos and fit, so around sort of the 200-pound mark and fit. I'm walking up this area that we have here called Mount Lofty. It's quite a tough walk. It's pretty straight up in some areas. And I get halfway up there, and I had a 15-kilo weight vest on. And I get halfway up there, and there's some guy who must have been 160 kilos, right? Just massively overweight. And he's halfway up, and I'm thinking to myself, there is no way possible if I had to put 60 kilos on, I would have got halfway up this mountain. I'm like, props to that dude. Like, there's no way I could have put 60 kilos on and got as far as that person did. And I was fit and strong, like I could deadlift 230 kilos for reps, like I was certainly not weak at the time. And I remember just thinking like, man, I just wanted to almost pat him on the back and clap and say, good job, dude. How the hell did you do that? So yeah, you're right. They are strong.
They can lift that weight all day, right? But you give them like a 60-pound bar, and they can't lift that over. They can't lift that at all.
Well, it depends with some
they
of them.
can.
Like some overweight people are super strong as well. Because I just look at it as, because I've seen, when you go to the gym and you get some guy who, maybe is 130 kilos overweight, and he comes in and straight away he's benching like 90 to 100 kilos. Well, the average person who's 70 or 80 kilos could not walk in and straight away just start benching 100 kilos. That just generally doesn't happen. But you find that a lot of overweight people can push reasonably heavy weights. And I just look at it and go, well, when you look at it as a percentage of their body weight, it's much different than the percentage of the other person's body weight. If you're 70 kilos and you're benching 130 kilo or 100 kilos, obviously it's a much higher percentage of your body weight. But if you're 130 kilos and you're benching 100, it's less of a percentage of your body weight.
Hey, I was going to ask you the other day, or yesterday, not the other day, yesterday, when we were all talking. Because I've heard, like, I used to follow, like, a vegan diet, used to hang around. I still belong to, like, Facebook groups, like, vegan Facebook groups, bro, because it's funny. And sometimes they give me some decent ideas on cooking stuff, believe it or not. Because, like, I can just apply what they're doing with their veggies and stuff and be like, dude, if I did that with a piece of meat, that would taste amazing. And then I'd swap it up. But just curious, dude. What? I don't want to say what caused you to become vegan, but what was your thing on why you chose it? Because when I was going through this, right, I was hanging out with this chick that was fully vegan, has been vegan, or she was vegan for like 10 years or so. She's passed away now. But she used to tell me all the time that I would never last being a vegan because I was doing it for health and not for the animals.
Yeah, that's probably true.
So, like,
Because
what got you on a kick?
if you're doing it for health, the problem is that quite a lot of the time that people, in a sense, you could say they are addicted to meat. There's an addiction there. It's easy. It's convenient. There's so many more conveniences to just eating meat. Like you can just go anywhere. You can just get food anywhere. And meat has adrenaline in it. I mean, clearly, we all know that if you're in fear, you pump adrenaline through your system, and anything's going to be in fear before it dies. So there's a lot of adrenaline in the meat. So people get addicted to that. So, but for me, it was just the realization of I don't believe that I'm above any other animal in that sense, that I have the right to take its life when I can do something else. If I'm in a situation where that's all I've got, then maybe I'll take that decision. But when there's so many other options and you can be healthy having those other options, then I don't see the reason of why I should, if I get graphic with it, I don't see the reason why I should basically cut something else's head off, because that's the only way you get meat is with violence. It's a violent act is the only way you get meat. Yeah, go.
So then, where do you get your natural source of creatine then?
I don't know. I don't know if I'm even worrying about a natural source of creatine.
Well, because like you've mentioned, like going to the gym and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, well, when by the time I'd been vegan, so like years earlier, I'd taken performance enhancing drugs, and I'd got myself up to about 95 kilos. That was about the heaviest weight that I've ever been. So what's that, around 210, somewhere around there at 5'11". But 3 years after being vegan and training hard, I was up to almost 220.
So wait, so when you say performance enhancing, like, are you talking about like vitamin S on that one? Like,
Yeah. Years earlier,
okay.
I'd taken steroids and stuff. Taking
All right, that's what I
testosterone.
figured. Because, dude, when I was in college, my roommate tried to convince me to, because we were on the base. I was a baseball player, right? And he was trying to convince me to go down to Mexico, pick up 2 cycles with him, And he was like, dude, let's go through a cycle together. And I'm like, no, bro, I'm not going to do that. That's fucking, that's never been like my thing. Because I remember in high school, all these guys, and that's why I was asking about the creatine, right? Because when I was in high school is when I found out that creatine is what your body uses to actually, one of the things it uses to build muscle, like legit, like it's extremely beneficial for your muscles, you know? So these guys would supplement that with these creatine supplements. All right. Now it's funny. That's why I was asking about whether it was straight steroids or if it was something like that, because technically that would be a performance enhancing, like, I don't want to say drug or anything because it's not really a drug. Supplement. There we go.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, well, I mean, I wasn't supplementing at the time. Like even when I was doing that, I mean, I was technically, because just like anyone else, even if they're on a meat-based diet and you're into the gym, you're taking protein powders. So I would still
well,
have
but so
maybe,
protein and creatine are two totally different things.
yeah,
All
for
right.
sure.
So
I know that.
like these dudes in high school were taking like these creatine powders, right? And I
Yeah.
noticed that they would pump up, right, when they were taking it,
It's mainly
and
water
then
weight.
when they stopped, yes, dude, that's all it was water weight.
Yeah,
All they were
it's
doing was
mainly
throwing
water weight
water
with
in there.
creatine.
Well, but if you get it in from a natural source, right, which that wasn't from a natural source with the creatine, like it was like lab made kind of shit, you know, like.
Yeah, for sure.
But if you get it from a natural source, like your body actually works with it, and it's it's something that like helps you like build and sustain muscle, you know? And because it's not that weird synthetic stuff, it doesn't just draw water weight into your muscles. It actually helps them do what they need to, you know? But there's I checked it out one day. And where you get that from naturally is not even all meat, all right, but red meat. Specifically, what's it, the rheumatoid? Is it rheumatoid or rheumatin or whatever the hell it's called? Animals, right?
Yeah. Yeah, well, I
Um,
mean, I don't know if it's, as essential for that as what they say, because, I mean, so currently at the moment, even though, because I always teach martial arts, it's just one of the things I do. But because I'm so heavily concentrated in another area, sort of the only training I'm ever doing is when I'm actually teaching martial arts, and I'm not training hard. But, even right now, I could still drop down and do 50 push-ups, and, I could still probably do 10 to 15 chin-ups, even though I haven't really trained properly in any form of gym fashion for, a year or two now. But I'm looking to get back into it again, because I've just been so concentrated on, going out there and filming and just doing other things. So it's just not a big part of my life at the moment. It's all that other stuff's sort of been put on the back pedal, but
you,
sorry, go.
I was just gonna say you probably do like what some of us do after a while, and we kind of do the whole like kung fu kind of thing, right? That they teach. You kind of turn like your training and stuff like that pretty much into like your daily life kind of stuff. You ever hear about stuff like that? Probably.
Yeah, well, I mean, when I was younger, I used to train sometimes up to 10 hours a day. I'd do that, for 5-6 days a week. Anywhere from
Yeah,
say
no.
anywhere from 4 to 10 hours. It would just depend on the day, of course. Like some days I'd rock up to the school where I was, and I'd open up I'd just rock up there at 8 in the morning. I'd open up, and then I'd leave at 8 o'clock at night. And I wasn't training the entire time. Of course, I would eat and stuff as well, but so
Yeah, man.
that's just what I did. I was training at a kung fu school, so I just used to rock up there and open, and then I'd be the one that would close a lot of the time. I did that for years, and then I lived at the gym for years as well.
Yeah, no, I don't want to live at the gym. I don't think that's any kind of life actually. I want to live life, not live it in a gym. That's why I stopped
Yeah,
actually going to the gym and I started doing my own thing at home. because it works better for me. Like I was counting the actual time, right, that was dedicated towards the gym, and it wasn't just an hour of working out, dude. It wasn't just even if it was
Travel
a half
time
hour
and
of
stuff.
working out.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because like going to the time from where I live to going to the gym. Once I got into the gym, getting things ready, then doing my workout, like, dude, by the time I calculated everything, it was like 2.5, almost 3 hours, bro. And I was like, dude, that's taking way too much of a chunk out of my time. Like,
Yeah, yeah. Well, I have the same sort of thing with what I'm doing now, where I'm going down and doing a lot of filming, where it takes me 15 to 20 minutes to get where I'm going, and so then obviously I've got to get all the gear out, set it all up, film. I'm there for a good hour and a half to 2 hours, and then it's 20 minutes home, and I've done that sometimes 3 times in the day. Where I've gone out and filmed for an hour and a half, and then gone home, or gone and done something else, and then gone back. So it's
yeah,
taking up a lot of time. But when I say
but
gym, when I say I lived in the gym, I lived in the martial arts school, so it was predominantly martial arts that I was doing, not just like gym workouts.
yeah, no, I get that.
Yeah,
But
that's just
it's
what I was
just,
into at that time.
well, man, I think it's good to be, like, somewhat, like, not even like well versed, but at least like decently like into, or when you go at something, right? Like at least become decently proficient at it, right?
Yeah, for sure. Because I mean, if you don't get proficient at something in some form of way, whatever that is, then you're not really gonna know it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ran across this
Like,
idea a little while ago, right? Or not, it's been a good minute now. But I still do, but I used to dig in more with like financial intelligence books, because we're not taught how to deal with money in school or
yeah.
anything. So I figured I needed to figure it out. And came across this book that gave some advice on making like small improvements, right? And then I thought about it, and I was like, you know what? Because he was talking about when you go to do something, right? Uh, just try to improve like 1% every time you go to do it. And I was like, that makes complete sense, because whatever you go to do, right? If you just try to, with everything, if you try to be 1% better than you were yesterday, which is a very, very, very small percentage, right? Like, it doesn't really take a whole lot to be 1% better than you were the day before.
Yeah.
But
Well, I mean, even 1% though, 1% is probably even pretty high. I mean, let's just say you do something for 2 years, even if you're progressing at 0.2% per day, after 2 years, you're extremely proficient in that thing. I'm not just saying that that's
yeah,
all you'd progress, but I'm just saying every little increment, even if you just spent, half an hour doing something one day. So today you just incremented by 0.2%, and the next day you spent 2 hours doing it. So you incremented at 1%, everything adds up.
yeah, no, but if you just like overall just like set out to make your life 1% better every day, like it doesn't really take a whole
Oh,
lot
yeah,
to do
that's
that. Right?
no, but yeah,
But like because of the
for the average
compound effect,
person though,
dude,
yeah, definitely. For the average person though, like getting in there and having that kind of discipline to do that is not really. I mean, it depends on what they're doing, of course, because everyone has a different interest. So, if your interest is art and you're just constantly practicing art, then you're getting percentage-wise better every day. You may not be getting financially better, but you're getting better at what you want to do. So it just depends on what everyone's interested in, I guess. If
yeah.
you
But
if you just take that same adage of just if you're constantly doing something, you are going to get better at it. But I also say as well, so when it comes to martial arts, I always tell my students of like, okay, well, when I first show you something, it's okay for me to let you do it wrong for a certain period just so you can get it into your brain a little bit. But then I have to keep correcting you until you're doing it right. Because if I allow you to do it wrong 1,000,000 times, you now need to do it 2,000,000 times to untrain it. So the idea of practice makes perfect is wrong. Only perfect practice makes perfect. Because if you're doing the wrong practice, you can be doing the wrong thing perfectly, but it will still be wrong.
Yeah,
You know what I
no, it
mean?
doesn't help if you. Yeah, no, it doesn't help if you solidify the wrong thing.
That's right. So, you know, the adage of, you know, practice makes perfect is not really 100% right, because only perfect practice can make perfect, or the right practice
Dude,
can make perfect, and you must be
bro,
continuously improving.
you're not telling me anything. Up until I was like 14, the way I looked when I pitched was ridiculous. It looked like how my grandpa used to like teach me in broken up steps, you know?
Yeah, right.
Until I
Yeah,
got until I literally did that probably close to like a million times. Like you're talking, not a million, but you know what I mean? Like probably like thousands of times, you know?
yeah,
And
yeah,
it became so natural, right? That later on when I did relax and start throwing, right? Where I was like smooth, when I was filmed, dude, it barely looked like I was throwing. Like it
yeah,
looked
yeah,
like I was standing up there just like lightly going through the motions, right? And all of a sudden the ball would zip out of my hand at 90 miles an hour.
yeah. Yeah, well, the martial art adage or the martial art saying is that it's either 10,000 times or 10 years. So you either like just continuously do 10,000 repetitions of something to become proficient at it, or it'll take you 10 years if you're doing it slowly.
I feel like
And that's the way that,
I feel like that's supposed to be like a lifetime thing. Like you should
oh,
always be doing some form of like martial arts, self defense, something to keep yourself sharp, right?
yeah, yeah. I mean, it'd be nice if everyone was able to do that, but I guess it's just not something that everyone can do in their daily life, you know? I mean, if you're the sort of person where you've got to go to work and then you've got kids, so you've got to come home, you've got to look after your kids, and you've got to take them to soccer or take them to basketball or take them to baseball, and you've got to take them to games on the weekend, you know, I can see why it's hard for people when once you start, you know, living the life that you're told that you're meant to live,
I get it,
you
but
know?
I also kind of learned that it really only takes like 30 to 35 minutes to go through some kind of like morning routine that puts some kind of stress on your body that actually
Yeah,
releases things that helps you throughout the day.
for sure. And then if you have kids, it's a fantastic thing for your kids to see you every day doing something that's good for you, because
Yeah,
then that just
because
becomes their way of life,
they want
you know?
to mirror that. So then,
That's right.
like,
You know,
yeah,
they're not
so
just
it might
seeing.
be tough.
Sorry,
You
go.
know what? People will do what they want to do, right? Like, we all have free choice. We all can do what we. If it matters to somebody, they'll make time for it.
Yeah, yeah, for sure, definitely. But you know, like I sort of look at it as, you know, like if you're the sort of person and you have children and you're up exercising and your children are seeing you being healthy and having a healthy lifestyle, it's something that they don't even now have to think about. It's just kind of something that they do. But if you're someone, and you know, I'm not giving people shit that do this, but if you're the sort of person that just gets home, lights up a cigarette, sits down on the couch and drinks a beer, well, that's what you're showing your children. And it's
Yeah.
monkey see, monkey do. Now, your children may get out of that when they get older, but they have to physically get out of that. There has to be a decision on their behalf. You know, the same
Well,
as if they've always been healthy and then they decide to just sit around and drink and smoke and drink beer all day, there has to be a decision on their behalf. If their natural way is to just be able to exercising, then they need to change what they're doing to be the opposite way. Same as if you're always you're looking at someone being unhealthy and that's been your lifestyle, and now you need to make an actual physical decision to become healthy. It's not an easy thing. You have to really break free of your paradigm.
yeah, the first like 8 years of a kid's life or whatever. Your apparently your brain is in what do they call it? Theta stage, right?
Yeah, just recording.
And dude, that is straight up the stage you're in when you're being hypnotized, bro.
Yeah,
Like
exactly.
that's
Exactly.
why like so many things like get into people's subconscious on how, like, most of how you approach life later on is so dependent on those first like 8 years, dude. Because you develop all these weird defenses to protect yourself when you're a kid, and then those are actually in your subconscious, like you were hypnotized by a, you know what I mean, like, and then now that's why when you grow up you have to like break all that stuff down, dude. You're right, it's a horrible okay, so you were talking about earlier with your students, right? If you teach them something wrong a million times, and they have to learn it, they have to relearn it 2 million times to get it out of them, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Dude,
It's
so
like have you heard of Bruce Lipton?
no.
Okay, so he's got a whole thing which he's labeled the biology of belief, and it's basically exactly what you're saying. And he talks about how, like, when you're in a relationship, when you very first get in that relationship, everything's beautiful and nothing bothers you. Each other, you're just fantastic with each other. But then all of a sudden, after a period of time, something happens, and all of a sudden you see the person that you're with, like, almost resort back to a child when they start arguing. And he's like, because that's what we do. We resort back to the state that we were in when we get into a distress situation. And if how you reacted to something as a child isn't sort of fixed into a sort of relatively reasonable state, you're going to react like that when you become an adult. And that's why when you argue with someone, you look at them and you go, "You're behaving like a child right now." It's like, because they are. They've resorted back to that state of being a child.
Yeah, unless you've like taken some time to work through it, to work on yourself, right? Like that's what.
Yeah.
Like you
But
honestly have to.
Sorry, yeah, go.
I was just gonna say you have to like really dig some stuff up and really take a good look at like how you react to things. If you can't admit to yourself that you react the way that you're talking about right now, right? Like you can't solve the problem, because the first part of diagnosing a problem is to see the problem.
Yeah, for sure. I was watching Eric Dubay did a really good conversation with a lady who was a psychiatrist or psychologist, and even her, she was saying that she's done the work, she understands it, 'cause she's broken free from her general program, and she knows. She was talking about how she's done the work to reprogram herself to make sure that she's reacting properly, because she's been through 2 divorces and stuff, and so she's done all this stuff. And she was telling a story about how one day her dad said something, and she just reacted to it just the way that she would have always normally reacted. And then, like, literally 5 minutes later, she went, "Wow, wait up. I've done all this work to reprogram myself, but I still just resorted back to what I went, like, the way that I used to react." So then she just, went back to her dad and, like, apologized and said blah, blah, blah. Like, she understood that she did what she would normally do, but she was just like, it's so hard to get out of the programming when you've just been through a lifetime of reacting a particular way. The amount of work you have to do to get out of it is just insane.
Yeah.
Now, anyway, I've got to go on mute because I've got to go into a shopping center and do some stuff.
Yeah,
So,
no worries.
Nice
Go for
chatting,
it.
bro.
Oops. Did not mean to hijack the channel talking to that dude. My bad, guys. He's fun to talk to, even though we have like some very different views on diet. But like, yo, isn't that kind of the cool point of channels like this, where even the people that don't believe in a globe, we can still talk about other conspiracies and things because they are into that kind of stuff, Like, and as long as nobody's an asshole, everything's cool. Yeah, I should probably jump off of here anyway for a minute because my phone's at like 10%. See y'all later. I think I'm just gonna mute myself.
Everyone's going. Everyone's going. A lot of people in the chat, in the text chat.
You know, it's wild how dead Discord is. I don't see anyone in any server. What am I missing?
Any other rooms?
Any mods around?
Oh, was everyone sleeping?
Hello, hello. Hope everybody had a wonderful Sunday. Who's that? Who just showed up when I just showed up?
Hey, how's it going?
Was that you, Matthew?
Yeah.
What's up, man? Happy Sunday.
Yeah, I hope you had a good weekend.
I did. I just got back from a Orthodox monastery. Spent the whole day doing church stuff.
Nice. I know that's very liturgical, but beautiful buildings and cool stuff.
Yes. I was in liturgy pretty much from like 10 a.m. to 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Nice.
Yeah. And this is all very new to me too. I'm like new to the church, so.
North of Tucson, about 40 or 50 miles, there's this I want to say Greek Orthodox monastery that I visited. It was very, very cool. They have lots of little chapels and all decorated really cool. But some
Yeah,
kind
they
of
take
retreat
their
center.
stuff seriously. They're very serious.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Greek Orthodox, not Russian Orthodox, in Florence, Arizona.
Well, I think the only difference between Greek and Russian is literally just what language they read the liturgy in. I think we all the Orthodoxy or the Christian Orthodox guys, they all get along. Now, I don't even know if like the Ethiopian Orthodox even come into contact with us very much, but that is my understanding is that Greek and Russian is just the language difference.
What brought you to the Orthodox Church?
It's a great question. I'm still trying to figure that out. I just did like a 2-hour car ride with the priest, and he was like asking me all these questions about women and drugs and all kinds of stuff, and I was just very candid with him and how I got to the church, and I was like, honestly, what led me to the church was just very mundane. It was an abundance of little signs that I think most people would call them coincidences. I think people with a more spiritual nature would call them synchronicities. And I saw them as very clear signs from God, but in very like mundane ways, you know? And
Yeah.
all of those little synchronicities led me to this little Orthodox church that I'm going to now.
Nice. I would call it the Holy Spirit drawing you in to fellowship with Him more.
Yeah, I'm a simple guy, so I don't really like. He was asking me a bunch of questions, and I was like, honestly, all I know is that my capacity for sin is pretty much limitless. Like I could be a Darth Vader type. I could be a Hitler type. Personally, that's what I think.
Alexander Solzhenitsyn said the dividing line between good and evil runs through every single human heart. It's not us versus them. It's like divides all of us.
I agree.
The good news is
Well,
God's grace is also limitless.
Yeah. No, and I'm starting to understand things just a little bit differently now about Christianity, and I don't know. It's cool to. I used to think that priests were like these infallible people, and I just took like a 2-hour car ride with our priest, and he's hilarious, and he's very real and very down to earth, and yeah.
Oh, so he's human. What do you know?
Yeah, exactly. I'd see people, kissing the father's hand and just be like not bowing, well, yeah, like doing a little modest, sort of like a Japanese bow to the father, and I'm like, yeah, that's never gonna be. But I kind of get it now. I think.
Now, Orthodox
respect
priests
thing.
can have families, right? If they.
Oh yeah, he's got a wife and kids. He's a grandfather.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Which, yeah, I think that's also really important. I don't want my priests without a family, to be honest. I think
I agree. Actually,
we're told to be fruitful and multiply, not Well, I'm not going to say the other part, but yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's cool. It's good.
Yeah, there was a bunch of like NASA employees though at the Orthodox Church, and I literally had to like, I don't know, it kind of grinded my gears a little bit. I wanted to say something, but it was like my first time at the monastery. I didn't know anybody. I'm not about to just be like doing that. I'm not about to do that.
Yeah, I would say take your time to get to know them and see what kind of people they are, and eventually,
Well,
if
flat
it
Earth has
comes
nothing
up.
to do with salvation.
Right.
I'm not even going to try to talk to my church brothers and sisters about that.
But
What
it
I
is
decided
random.
today.
Why are there so many NASA employees at that church?
I don't know. This was it's like the last Sunday of the month. All these different Orthodox church members gather at this one monastery, and I think that had something.
Got it. So it's a larger group.
Sorry, yeah. I thought the person was trying to cut me off. Not to say a bad word. Yeah, that probably is. We're kind of close to an Air Force base nearby. I think it's a Space Force base now.
Got it. Makes sense. Did you see there was a Space Force launch last week sometime?
I don't watch a whole lot of news. I heard some people talking about the news today, and I had no idea what they were talking about. Is there a siege going on somewhere? There's a siege? Somebody was like, "Oh, I heard about the siege on the news." I was like, "Oh, what the heck's that about?"
I don't know anything about that.
Well, some younger guys were talking about a siege.
Well,
I don't know anything
it must
about
not
it
have
either.
been that important. It didn't show up on my radar. Not that I watch news a lot. Just
I can't watch the news. It just makes me angry. Not for the reasons you'd think. It's like I worked in Hollywood for so long. I know a production. I know a well scripted, well choreographed production. When I see one, that's pretty much all it is. By the way, are you still there? I have no idea.
yeah, still here.
Okay, yeah. My phone went like flying in the car. It's on the floor next to me, and I don't know if it got plugged.
You have a busy week
You know what?
coming up?
Did you have a busy week, or did I?
No, I was asking, do you have a busy week coming up?
Coming up? Oh, I don't know. I had a really intense couple weeks. The last 3 weeks. I'm hoping.
Well, I'm glad you got to spend some time at the church today to sort of relax and refresh, rejuvenate. Then,
Dude, I didn't even want to go. Oh man, I had all these thoughts in my head, just like, yeah, you don't need to go today. And I was only planning on going to morning liturgy. I didn't think I was going to go to a monastery till 8 o'clock.
yeah.
I'm glad I went too, though. I have a lot of questions and ideas that need to be challenged, and I think being at the church is helping those ideas get challenged at just the right time. Fear that I've said some things, especially here on Discord, in relation to like Christianity and my faith, but I've been very misrepresentative of what I'm actually trying to attain. And so, yeah, I need to be quick to listen and slow to speak.
Yeah, I think that's right. That's why God gave us 2 ears and only 1 mouth, right? I think it's good to listen. Find wise people who seem to be sincere and humble, and listen to what they say. Find people older than you, hear what they have to say. It's always good to listen.
Yeah. Father's also pretty old, and he's like a very he's no BS, no fluff. If you ask you a question and you even start giving him any kind of fluff, like he just kind of stops paying attention and like just like talk about. He's almost autistic, weird, but I like it. Very forward.
Well, yeah, I can imagine that comes with age. You realize, you don't have time for all the BS anymore.
Do you go to church?
I do. I've been going to an evangelical church for many years. I used to go to a nominally Quaker church, but yeah, I don't necessarily think that evangelicalism is the perfect, kind of church, but the one I'm at preaches God's word, and the people are sincere and love Jesus and want to do the right thing. So no church is going to be perfect, but I like where I go.
Yeah, good for you, man. I mean, the Bible's full of letters to churches about how they're not doing the right thing. So it's not surprising to me that there's a lot of churches out there that are. I mean, it's one thing that I was kind of realizing today is like, what? So silly, me realizing now, but Christians really don't agree a lot, or like so-called. I don't even know what people who call themselves Christians will find that they disagree with a lot of other people who call themselves Christians. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I mean, there's a wide variety, and it's a spectrum, right? There's some like trivial preferences or opinions, and then there are at the other end of the scale like core doctrines. And I would say that most people who call themselves Christians would have broad agreement on the core doctrines. God exists, salvation through Jesus Christ, those kinds of things. So depending on where it is on that scale, you have different levels of commitment to those ideas.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I didn't research Orthodoxy very much before I went to a service, but I also didn't just like pick it out of a hat. There were synchronicities, that led me there.
Yeah,
I don't know what I'm doing. Just trying to do the best I can.
Well, I mean, I think the most important thing is to keep seeking the Holy Spirit's guidance and listen, read God's word, listen to what you think he's saying to you. Talk to God, pray, ask him for wisdom and guidance, and then do your best at following what you think he's telling you.
Yeah.
And he can speak in lots of different ways, through his words, through like what you were calling synchronicities, through other people, through the priest, through other Christians. There's lots of different ways that God can speak into your life. So I would say listen to all those things.
Yeah, I'm definitely trying.
Yeah, good for you. Now, obviously, there's discernment, right? If some Mormons come knocking on your door and they're preaching some gospel that's like completely contrary, you need to discern what is true and what's false. So there's a wide range of different ideas, but if you're sincerely seeking what you think God's wanting you to do, I think that honors him the best.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I was pretty turned off to Orthodoxy, mainly because of all the veneration of saints and like kissing the crosses and stuff like that. I've never been about any of that. But I had it explained to me in a way that I couldn't argue with. And
Right.
yeah, I mean, if I can't come up with a good argument for it, I'm probably just wrong.
Yeah. So veneration of saints and having icons and things isn't my thing. But I'm open to the argument that by having icons, you honor their memory, or that you sort of, it helps you understand certain aspects of who God is. And as long as you're not worshiping the images themselves, you're more worshiping God through these other tools, then I'm open to that being, fine. I could see how some people end up slipping into kind of like worshiping the icons themselves because it kind of looks like that, but that's not what's really going on if you're doing it right, if you're sincere. So, and I'm sure this is what the priest would explain to you, like, oh no, we're not worshiping Saint whoever. We're just using his icon to remember what he taught or remember some ideas, and using the beauty of the church and the beauty of the liturgy to kind of focus our minds on who God is.
Yeah, I mean, it was explained even simpler to me, man. They were just like, would you ask your grandma to pray for you or your grandpa to pray for you? I was like, yeah. And they're like, okay, well, we're all brothers and sisters in the church, brothers, sisters, and mothers, obviously under one father. So veneration is really just kind of like, hey, you know, you really knew your stuff. You really knew what you were doing. I could use help. You know? You're not like praying to them. You're asking them to pray. You're asking them to intercede. That's much different than what I thought it was. So
Yeah.
I stand corrected.
Well, listen, I got to get going. I should go to bed early, but I will pray for you. I will pray that the Holy Spirit would keep teaching you and guiding you, and leading you to Him. So, yeah, I'm happy to hear that today went well.
Thank you, Matthew. I appreciate that. You can use my name. It's Andrew.
Okay. Can I pray for you right now?
Yeah, you can be my guest.
Lord, I pray for Andrew right now. I pray that your Holy Spirit's presence would be in his life. I thank you for the recent so-called synchronicities that he's seen, that you have been guiding him and leading him to see you more. So I pray that that would continue, open his mind and his heart to hear from you and to listen to you and to walk in your ways. Thank you for all of this, and I pray that it would continue, and I pray this in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Beautiful.
Okay,
Well
brother.
said. Thank you.
Hang in there. Have a good week. Enjoy the rest of the drive.
I will, man. You too.
All right. Later.
Later.
Is anybody in here?
Yo, guy. Anyone here?